Oh yeah, so something I was thinking about is using custom to make it like harder than normal. Like what if I made the camp cost higher, made the prices higher? I don't know if I want to do that necessarily for this run, but it's something I was thinking about. Like hiding NPC health could be interesting. 'Cause I guess that's intended to simulate like a tabletop campaign where you don't know how much health they have. Like you have an idea vaguely if they're near death or not, but wipe to the resist turning modifier check? No, I didn't. That's not a wipe. I beat the run. The game was beaten. Long rest costs more. Please, you don't rest. Well, listen. I can pretend. Save that for another run. Game crash? Game crash. Excuse me. Karmic dice on? That's not even harder. That just makes the game work in a way that's dumb. Before, thank you. Kevin Thar in Act 3, she says spend the night together. You could use the date night thing. Kevin Thar's date night, but in Act 3. I could put that mod on, but YouTube doesn't like the Minthara scene. Put it that way. Alright. Edit rules. Must romance as many companions and NPCs as possible in vanilla BG3. Oh, I gotta make the rules comp because I deleted it. Add com rules. Jack of all trades, I'll do open parentheses, one level in each class. No, ack of all trades. Ack of all trades. Yeah, upload the orange YouTube mark. I could. Make sure my mods are still on. Alright, we run Clown Clone Jahira because why would they patch this out? The Jahira Doppelganger used to have clown makeup and then they patched it out. And I don't like that, so mod to put it back. Disguise Self Origins Companions just for change of pace, offers me no gameplay advantage. Kill count just because it's nice to track that. Um, Origin dialogue tags, it's nice to have more information. Reaction point on UI because it's nice to have more information. Amazing Drider Man because why would you not? Tyrant Flavor Town because why would you not? And Withers Big Naturals because there's a rare game bug where Withers doesn't have calcium cannons in some people's games. Now, like they're supposed to be there. It's a game feature, but sometimes you need a mod to fix the bug where they don't show up. So Alright. Harlep. Good point, Regiment. Good point. I forgot about Harlep. Yep. Angry the 14 months. Wither's big naturals just destroying cut content like the patches for KOTOR 2. That's your cut content right here.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Mizora and Harlep required.
I could be okay romancing Halson. It's not gonna really be romance as much as I'm gonna put him in the party and take him to a brothel and then never speak of it again. Good enough, right? I don't really care too much what he looks like.
Wet.
What was that?
Let's hope the locals are friendly.
Hells. Something just woke up down here.
Bang in the forest? Nope. Can't. I mean, I guess I could. I would have to do Minthara, then switch to Halcyon, but I'm actually not sure that that is allowed, and it's, I can still get him outside of the romance anyway, so. Am I familiar with bonobos? I know of them, yeah. My favorite name was Bonobo. Needs a porn stash. But the reference. Jack Ingoff. We gotta be entertainer background. The way to get rid of House and allow his soul to be taken by Harlem. Oh man. That's nasty work. Hey, 9514L. Thank you. I still don't know how to pronounce your name. Thank you so much for the 2 months. I appreciate it. What do I start as here? I think starting fighter makes the most sense. Pick up defense fighting style this way. (17 dex, 16 strength. My last Jack of all trades I did very like Eldritch Blast focused. I kind of don't feel like doing that this time.
She's on fire.
We'll go more martial.
Quag Jiggling.
Quag Jiggling. This is my favorite doctor slash pizza guy. Yeah. My neighbor's yoga instructor. I think it's him too. Just go neutral risk. Take athletics, force, persuasion, because of course. It's intimidation, sure. It's definitely my chiropractor. He's definitely gonna adjust your back. big boy bod seems appropriate. Alright, hang on, we gotta... Alright, so what's the order of levels I plan on taking? Level 1 for fighter makes sense. I think level 2, I take druid. Level 3, I go either warlock or monk. Level 4, rogue. 5 wizard. 5 cleric. Challenge start with paladin, no oath breaks. Ugh. Go one. Yeah, we'll start with fighter. Alright. I am accepting names here. Druid at 2 is good for errand prices for 50% approval, only 250 gold to max approval. Exactly what I was thinking. Also makes dialogue with Quag easier. Gets me access to a ritual spell. You know, that's an outside the box name, Mark, but I think it just might work. Just might work. Oh, Infamous Goblin coming in with a good one. Dr. Sins. Jack Ingoff. A couple people had that. Jack Ingoff works. Pizza guy. The Absolute. Sure. Alright, give me a number. We're gonna randomize. Okay, what's the build? Jack of all trades. 6, 14, 7, 12, 7, 5, 13. People always say 7 or a joke number. Let's go with 12. I did not see. Oh, for the classes, I like it.
My head.
I was supposed to consider playing Dirge.
Time to press ahead.
Entertainer's funnier.
Dead. Good. Something good here. I hope. All right.
Yeah, Roxy, it's just me every time. last character, I beat the game. About 15 minutes ago.
Please. Remove us from this body. From this case. Free us.
Apart from this strange context, you notice nothing
Very
unusual
short and
about
full.
the brain. The skull holds far.
Okay, bye.
Deadlier than ever.
Your
We will address.
Another day, another fight.
I am fury. I am death.
That Blaze I'll stand here.
I am fury. I am death.
With haste.
Otherwise, Bard's the next class, I assume. Oh. No.
Now, to the helm.
Ship won't be able to take another dragon attack. We need to get out before it's too late.
How much do I care about an auto-loot XP?
Mind flayer machinery. Better watch what I touch.
Kinda not at all. Ooh, early candles, nice.
How many are there? Anything of use? A rune. But for what? All right. Time to skulk about.
Saved. It's very rude.
A good opportunity. Swift as my feet can carry me. Pockets.
reaction. The console hums to love, so then discomfort fades, and another sensation washes over you. A shift. Your
You keep dangerous. Let me come with you.
Alright, let's get going. I'm Jack Inkoff.
Shut. She's
One day I'll catch a break. for a dull moment.
What's next, I wonder?
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood. Objective noted. I know what to do.
Do you?
Wonder if the gods are watching me. I feel better.
Let's say Lae'zel got a kill, because she did.
This thing's falling fast. Got to right it.
Blood comes easy these days. No traps, please.
I'm ready.
XP still is important in Jack of all trades run, depends on what you're doing. Just like with any other run, if there's a particular feature you want at a particular level, yeah. Getting access to vendor inventory upgrades at associated levels, that's always good.
Still on my feet.
Like, speed pots become available to buy level 6. 4th level spell slot elixirs become available to buy at level 9. Spell scrolls, every 2 levels go up. Up until level 9. Depends on what you need.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Unfortunate. Any specific order of classes? Not really. I still kind of want to do it in the spirit of the Jack of all trades achievement, so I'm planning on not respeccing. I'm planning on doing Paladin last. But, like, I've done a Jack of all trades run before. So, we'll see.
Here we go again. Damn you! I need to reach the transponder.
It's a lot harder to romance when solo asking for a friend. Not really. You know where you can get approval, it's fairly easy because you just take abandons to places where you need the approval. You don't even need that approval for, like, any of them, though. Like, you can romance Shadowheart Astarion, Lae'zel, Will, Gale, all of them successfully without putting them in your party. I mentioned Karlach? Yeah. I don't know if any that you'll actually need to bring places. Maybe you do with Halcyon, but I don't think so. Because he's been adamant that, like, we have a connection in playthroughs where I've spoken to him once total. Or twice total. Minthara, you can romance, stop putting her in the party. Never get Will to kiss me at the Tiefling party. You gotta roll for it.
Down with you.
May as well.
What path lies before me?
The helm's alien.
Yeah, Hannibal. Build you going for now? Exclamation mark rules.
As you wake, the tadpoles that was little the tad.
Make much of a difference if you pick classes at random? Yeah, it would. So like if you were doing the Jack of all trades achievement, the reason why Paladin needs to go last is because Oathbreaking counts as respecking, as far as the game's concerned. So the second you Oathbreak, can't get the achievement anymore. On that character, at least. So if you were to random into Paladin before the end of the game, that would suck. Outside of that, it would affect what my spellcasting modifier is at any given time. I want to be on a charisma level for various points, so my spell save DC checks my charisma rather than my other mental stats, because charisma is higher. Though landing on intelligence isn't bad, because I can put on Warped Headband and go off of intelligence. And that's like, okay. They're consistent strategy people do for the elements or XP and solo runs, something to go for generally. I don't do it often. I can do it this run, but basically throwing him in a chasm so you don't have to fight is the easiest way of going about it. It's easiest to throw him in a chasm if you get him in either the Grimforge location or the Moonrise location. You can do it from the Mountain Pass spot, but you have to kind of lead him quite a ways because that area where he hangs out, there aren't any death cliffs. Does he drop anything fancy? No, he doesn't drop any loot at all. Doesn't leave behind a body, even.
You're alive. We might have escaped. We need each other. My faith protects me. Let's try this way. Take your...
Let's get going.
Something the matter? Must we? Thank you. If you're sure...
The lot to come. Our search begins. I will.
Open up.
Okay.
Very well.
We got old floppy. We can put on old floppy. Nah. Better this way.
Always room for more.
So, level 2. Gonna be going with the druid. I could pick up guidance from cleric. Maybe I should have gone wisdom for death cleric purposes. I think for cleric I am gonna go death domain though. So I can pick up Reaper, and I can like twin Bone Chill. Pick up Bone Chill from one of my charisma levels. That'll be decent. I could pick up Shillelagh here. If I don't pick it up now, I'll never get it. Am I gonna do Ironvine Shield stuff? I don't think so. So, let's go Thorn Whip. Guidance now, resistance later. Yeah, guidance now, resistance later. What an outfit. Good as Nature Cleric? I could. I want to take Death, though.
Shouldn't have wished to live in interesting times.
Floppy toppy.
Fresh water. There must be a settlement somewhere nearby. I've got a long road ahead.
Do I want to go Death Cleric? Because, like, Tempest is right there. The reaction... why do I always play Tempest Cleric? Why can't I stop? Why do none of you stop me? That was my character, John Locke. Why do you always find a way to make me hate my new character? Oh, just roll good.
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
We have to go back.
This place wasn't built for the living. Trap. Be cautious. Step carefully. There's a trap. A strange coin. I wonder what it's worth.
Trident is nice. Early Flail is really nice, actually. Already got our tenacity weapon situation sorted.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Wait for John to start spewing nonsense about how fucking all the companions is his best. There gonna be a smoke monster anywhere?
Just out of view. Light on my feet. Moving
Hey, buddy.
ahead.
I haven't slept 36 hours. Good luck with the run. Gonna crash now. I hate traveling. Ugh, yeah, get some rest. Thanks for stopping in.
All's well that
Glad you can settle in now.
Not as bad as it could have.
At least it's not fucking up all the companions. Yeah, that's a very good point.
There. A mind flayer. And it's hurt. Monster. Death is too good for it.
The fuck?
Hurry, there, in the grass. There. Shh. Now. And now you're going to tell me. Don't. What was that? What's going on?
What would fuck up all the companions run even look like? Just, yeah, getting them the worst endings possible. We'd have to make some allowances because, like, you know, you could make an argument that killing them as soon as you meet them would be the issue.
You're not one of them. They took you. Just
Yeah,
the same as
Cazador
me.
ascending with a star into the ritual, Shadowheart given to Viconia, Gale exploding at the brain. I don't think Gale exploding at the brain. I think Gale attempting to ascend after you beat the game and failing. I think that one. Because his image will mention that, like, he just doesn't exist in any plane anymore. Like, he wasn't doing it following Mystra's orders or anything. He just abandoned everything, including himself, and even failed in the end. So I think that one's the most bleak Gale ending. Lae'zel ascending is another one. I guess Minthara just dies, right? You'd probably have to play Dirge for this so that you could force Minsc to kill Jaheira. You would flush Mizora in Act 2 so Will gets sent to the Blood War. So it's basically, most of them are dying. You get a couple to the end of the game, but most of them are just dying horribly. I guess... What happens with Karlach?
My name's so. Although it hasn't happened yet. And all
What to do?
well, hello. What can I do for you? Oh, darling, I'm
We kill her so Will's gonna feel guilty? Yeah, that's probably the play, huh? Sacrifice Karlach to Bolwal.
Try me.
But, So, like, at what point do we do that, though? Because if we do that to fulfill the objective for Will, then Will doesn't get the trauma of, you know, having to deal with being turned into a devil. Do we have Karlach have her soul eaten by Harlep? Karlach makes it to Harlep. Not only does she die, but she dies in the hells where she didn't want to be. Right after taking her on a date. Oh man. Sounds just horrible. Which is worse for Star, and you're stabbing him to camp or giving him to Gandrel? Giving him to Gandrel, because that also ends up being worse for Gandrel. That'd be an awful run. So you gonna do it, say? Cool. Alternatively, she's fairly doomed for leaving your party after Grove Raid. Yeah, she does kind of just... We never get to see it happen, but it's implied that she's gonna turn to a Mind Flayer off screen. Wait, Aelin to Leroy can tell you as well I did. Are we expanding this beyond companions to just everyone has to have the worst time possible? That gets interesting. That ends up... You end up doing sadistic things. Like, Bex and Danis don't both die. But one of them does. Which companions can't tolerate an evil playthrough? Will and Karlach will leave or refuse to join if you raid the Grove. There are workarounds to technically still have them, but raiding the Grove is mutually exclusive with getting Halsin. So that decision can rob you of up to 4 companions, because it also requires you to talk Galen to stay if you've already recruited him at this point. So raiding the Grove can deny you up to 4. Will that be Redemption Dirge? Yeah, you can't do Redemption Dirge with the Jaheira Minsk thing. Minthara just stays brainwashed, I guess. Oof. Oh yeah, Minthara, she doesn't even die. You knock her out to save her, and then you just let them wipe her mind in Act 2. I think Gale will still join you after the Grove Raid if you've not recruited him yet. I think. Possible to feed the Noble Stock to Balin. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I hate this. Cannon shit damage suffer. Wait, how? You give it to Balin. You just talk to him. But like, it sucks. You tell Roland to leave so all the kids die? Probably. You probably don't save Arabella. Yeah, Kaga gets poisoned. Probably let Chimera kill Kaga.
Seems like the best way.
Also, I need to pull up Entertainer inspos, because I don't think I've ever actually done a, at least not a solo with this background. Let me pull that up. Inspire Alfira. Earn Mattis's respect by taking his ring. Must be a rogue, pass a DC 15 sleight of hand, and then keep the ring. Maybe I take rogue for level 3 then. I'll Volo a dramatic story. I guess I need Bard for that. So, Bard for level 3, Rogue for level 4. Okay. Means I'll need to save Sorcerer strategically. I could potentially still save Bard for level 5 if I'm careful, but... This turn from Romantic Bandits being more depraved than the Dead 3. Well, I'm not doing all that depravity on this run. Just, thinking through. Let Volo burn in Act 3. Yeah, you could do that. Throwing a healing potion at Barth is probably optimal. Because he still has half of the rallied HP. So this is playing around the idea of them somehow missing him. It's less optimal if he gets hit, it's more optimal if he gets missed. It was more optimal.
Never a dull moment.
Shit. Or you couldn't roll one higher, man.
Well, so much for peace.
Give Shadowheart the Noble Stock after she becomes CJ Shart. Can't. To my knowledge, you can't give it to her outside of Act 1. Is belongs Zevlor's Horn considered as romance? Judges? Give it to Shadowheart. What does it do? It gives her back a memory about a childhood friend she had. Character you can meet in Act 3. Giving her the Noble Stock so she's chained to him and the shop forever is probably the worst, actually. No. Giving her the Noble Stock so that she can save the business and, you know, have an income that way. And then killing Balin. That's your extra option. I've been doing that lately. It's also XP positive. She acknowledges death.
No
Yep.
time to rest.
Halcyon romance. So with Halcyon, we will be bringing him to the Drought Twins. We won't be doing the romance path, but we will be bringing him to the Drought Twins, because that is also a way to have both of them at once. I think. What are the conditions for getting both of the Drought Twins at once? What romance do I have to be in? Or is just bringing Halcyon enough? Anyone know off the top of their heads? Have we pathed out the romances? It's gonna be 2 Origin Companions in Act 1, switching to Minthara at the end of Act 2. Harlep, Mizora, Drow Twins. Drow Twins plus Halcyon in Act 3. Start an Astarion after his questline's complete. Hmm. That would be mutually exclusive with the Minthara switch. So we still stick with Minthara. It's the same number either way. Right? On Mount Alson, gross.
Is that blood? Never mind.
About Mizora. Mizora's on the list. That will cause Minthara to break things off. So that's something to consider. There is one time where Sal mentioned being able to raid the Grove and still recruit Halcyon, and I never tried to replicate that. That would be the way through this. I just never tried to replicate that. You have to get the best camp attire for Romance Nights. True. Dress for success.
What's that? message I can get.
Act 1 could be Astari and Lae'zel. Act 2 could be Karlach, House, and Gale. Not how it works. For the Origin companions, you are allowed up to 2, but if you don't lock in with one of them, then that's it. You can't get them later. So, like, I could do pretty easily either Lae'zel or Astarion plus one other person. It could be the other of the two, but then I gotta stick with that one until switching up to Minthara or Halsin. Like, there's no real Act 2 options except you can switch to Minthara at the end of the act. It's just continuations in Act 2. And in Act 3, the only new option is Halsin.
Bag lies with you, Stan. This crevice.
Matic and Romance Jaheira on my Druid thruple. Who's the third one? You, Jaheira, and who? Can't get Halsin seen in Act 2? Nope. So if Jaheira and Halsin? Jaheira has standards, so no.
More goblins. What's next?
Would never inflict that guy on her.
You led them straight to us, and you let them take the foe.
You see the tiefling's jaw clench. He's about to erupt.
I'll use inspo here.
Worried.
Romance Abdurrah. I mean, he does ask me to turn it around, turn around, and then he beats it up in front of the entire Goblin camp and maybe a couple of my closest friends. So, like, I guess that counts.
You just care about your stupid apprenticeship.
But you'll need to be quick. Just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
Alright, so because we're a druid, we do get Attitude with Aaron for free. Now we can sell stuff to him. Vera's on the mend after death of her husband. Thinks she'd rebound with Halsin, but only in wild shape. I cannot think of a single reason why she would be interested in Halsin, even in passing. I plan on slinging sausages in this playthrough, in a manner of speaking, I suppose. Flinging, but I guess I can't afford it yet. Do need these arrows. Do need that.
Silva.
Aaron is not racist, by the way. Yeah, Aaron's like, I'm not racist, but
Your blades up. I'll come. Or yell louder. That's fine too.
rip that XP.
No, or would you deny your brother here?
Remember, you have teeth and claws. Remember,
Play the salami all day.
and claws.
You have fun with what you like.
No traps, please.
Should I light a torch though? What about using like anything else in the game?
What I do for some
Like for example, shillelagh plus weapons that are available after the first 7 minutes of the game.
Very well.
There, Auntie Ethel will sort you out. You take a sup at that,
Ooh,
and
do-
you'll
do
feel
we
right
have
as
to-
rain, sweetie.
Do we have to take Ethel's deal because she sends us a note in the epilogue saying she's down to clown? Deals well with your lack of dark vision. I won't lack dark vision though. Dark vision scrolls. And also, running around with torches means anytime I walk through a flammable surface, I'm at risk of simply dying.
Oh, I'm sorry to go on about it. What is it, Petal? I've never poked you. No, do you need anything? Hey, bother.
Probably am going to want to buy Corlin's Grace. It's going to be a matter of when.
Be
Or that the hard way your last honor mode run. Yep. It's a common way to go. No shame in it. It simply do be like that sometimes.
Ah, well
I'm
met.
Jack
This
Incock.
latest attack will only strengthen their resolve. We can't stay. Perhaps you could persuade. You'll.
Better be cautious. Best be on my way. I'll give it a shot.
Easy, no helping it. We're exposed out.
Breathe deep and move.
Ain't leaving town for a good while after this.
Don't make me hurt you, boy.
Too late! Looking at you is painful enough.
To get inspo before I deal with that.
I have something to ask.
It is.
Yes.
I already told you I don't have it.
A good descriptive name like, hi, I'm pissing right now.
And that... Is this monster with you?
Lower.
locals prove the tiefling. You will educate me. By covenant, I can.
And again. Swing and swing. Step. Harry. You need to be ready for a fight. You. Oh, yeah. Hope, but I'll keep at it.
I expect I am your first. You are that large. No matter. I do not. It is imperative we locate your. Or then you have ceased to exist. What? The first symptoms. Fine. Are you sure that's the best?
Need something?
Yeah.
Well.
My selection's pretty slim. I had to leave most of my equipment in Elturel.
Ooh, that is a flail +1. Maybe.
Never mind.
It's bonus. What can remove darkest puddles from Viconia fight, disable her abilities, gust of wind, daylight, bloodless hander. You can cloud kill to override darkness, but remember darkness can also override cloud kill. Like, don't let them cast darkness in the first place, is the answer.
Hand it over or I'll slap the teeth. You threatening me?
Fucking kidding me?
See you.
Try to gather all of them with minor illusion like you did. Somehow most of them don't react. They don't. Sometimes. Well, minor illusion has a target limit. But if you leave and come back, for whatever reason, sometimes that adjusts Viconia's AI to the point where she's willing to go for it.
If you sure you want to be seen with me? Now I'm gonna take the. They chased us. Oh, didn't work out though. But gold ain't any use. All I've got's the con. Ain't leaving town for a good while after this.
Don't be grumpy, Roland. It's the city soon. I am not.
The goblins aren't smart enough to poison their blades.
You're an idiot. We're exposed now.
You start the combat, then flee. Enemies are stuck and waiting for cutscene stands. Get response with minor illusion. It'll even be the case sometimes if you don't start the combat.
You made a grave mistake.
As I was using a minor illusion on them today, and I had never been in combat with them. I'll do it to her. Ooh, Ramira? Why?
I'll talk to the guards at Baldur's Gate. They speak their language.
I love a red caravan escort for 3 days.
Hey, Spicy Misa.
And you quit in the middle of your shift.
Don't mind if I do.
They did nothing wrong. Have you listened to any of them speak? That they did a bunch of things wrong, actually. In fact, the first cutscene we see of them is them doing something wrong. And then every time they open their mouths, they are doing something wrong. I don't think you paid attention to those characters. Like, they're adventurers. And? What does that have to do with what I said? Above all, they're worth XP. But also, that particular group of adventurers is shitty people.
Is
Like, Ramira was denied entry into an adventurers guild for being too shitty a person. Aridin is a constant fuck-up and a racist. Ramira is also a racist. Barth, believe it or not, also a racist. And a complete hypocrite when it comes to when it's okay to steal. His worldview is literally, but if it benefits me, I want to do it. But no one else can do it. Like, they suck. Not sucking wouldn't save them from me, because they're worth XP. But fuck them. If you like them, get better taste. For a medieval fantasy world, most of the guys who meet shitty people, not even remotely true. Not even a little bit true. But if you're gonna rationalize being okay with someone's shitty behavior by saying everybody does it, maybe do a little introspection.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Careful footwork.
Hey, Mike RPG, thank you so much for the 3 months in advance. I appreciate that. Hope you enjoy the emotes, all the stuff. Thank you very much. Like, Pandirna here, she did nothing wrong. This is a character that did nothing wrong. I'm killing her for the XP. I don't enjoy this one. Oh no, it's absolutely true. Let's count all who we meet in BG3. So all of these tiefling refugees, none of them did a single thing wrong.
Should mind my step.
Everyone in the Myconid colony, except for the Iron Hand Gnomes and Sovereign Glut, is perfectly chill and has done nothing wrong. Half of the city of Baldur's Gate has done nothing wrong. Most of the people in Last Light Inn have done nothing wrong. Like, once again, it is the argument of a truly stupid, or someone being intellectually dishonest about how their morality system works. The argument of a truly stupid or morally bankrupt person that, oh, everybody's shit, so I can be too. Be better. Because it's also just not true.
What's that?
You know what they did before? You can speak to them. I cannot believe that this is a conversation that's happening. Be less stupid. It's my feedback to this conversation. If you're accepting constructive criticism, use that.
Right past you, as if you're invisible.
Guilty until proven innocent. Yeah, like.
You see, as you turn back, the child slips between the rocks. You find.
What a strange hill to die on.
So that's progress.
Please, last through.
We need you. I'd sooner trek through the.
Now Arabella's being judged by.
Quag is also an awful individual who's being influenced by an evil organization trying to offer as the lesser of many evils. I mean, we know that Kaga can be made to see the error of her ways, but she is an awful individual who is being influenced by an evil organization. That's absolutely true.
What? You?
Kids are trying to form a thieves guild, so that's a gray area. Zevlor wanted to hire someone to kill Kog is also questionable. Zevlor is trying to save everyone's lives. Even the druids are not unified in their support of Kaga's actions. Halsin, the master of the grove, disavows Kaga's actions as soon as he gets back. So, we know that Zevlor is right to oppose Kaga. But regarding the kids forming a thieves guild, they're kids. They're kids.
I do wish I could understand you.
And I cannot stress this one enough. They're kids. There seems to be a disturbingly large percentage of the BG3 player base that, like, gets off on rationalizing killing children in this game. But, they're kids. Not Pink Pony's world? No one says it. What kind of argument is that? Faerun is far from it, Greyhawk is too. Like, Gygax created a world with grey morality, remember? So, what is your argument? Is your argument that every character you meet... I rather know. Every character you meet is bad because you don't know what they did before you had a conversation with them? Is the concept of object permanence something that you, like, just developed, so you're still fascinated by the idea that things exist slightly outside your perception? So you're like, man, anything could have happened. This tiefling refugee, that could be a Vecna cultist. We don't know, so we should kill them too. Sure. And remember, and I want chat to keep track of this conversation because I didn't lose track. This conversation started because this particular chatter got upset when I killed the racist NPC, who we know to be a bad person by their dialogue, the things that happen involving them in the first cutscene where you see them, and their actions in every pathway through Act 1. I just want to point that one out, chatters.
Would that we could speak freely, my Ursine friend.
Alas, I've never learned to converse with your...
I turned around and the object still exists. It's fucking crazy, right? Ready? Ready? Hang on. This one's gonna blow your mind.
Find our master. Return to me then. Tell me what you find. Tell only me. Understand? I'm sorry.
And, well, in it.
Release her.
Imagine.
This is a what? I will imprison the devil. And you yet for wrath and keep calm. Do it.
Okay, I didn't speak with animals. One with advantage.
I've heard the snake's hiss of approval reveal.
Halcyon isn't.
Oh yeah, we gotta let the snake kill Arabella, because we don't know what Arabella's done, you know?
Go on. Say it.
But because of this setting, because it's such a morally gray setting, we can't kill Kaga though, because the setting's morally gray. But we have to kill the refugees though, because the setting's morally gray.
No matter. I took back the idol of Sylvan. The Viper. This tale.
She stole the idol, she's a bad person? Oh, everyone knows that a kid stealing. That's like the death penalty, right? Hang on, let me check something here. Let's look in chat history here. If I control F in Proudmere's chat history and look for the word Gygax, I'm pretty sure it's in the double digits in 193 messages. Trolling, right? No, just stupid.
It's a friendly looking shadow. A double turn should do it. Don't waste a step.
Time to get musical proficiency from the literal worst person in the game, Alfira. Fucking asshole has the nerve to have her teacher get slaughtered by gnolls in front of her. Disgusting behavior. And then she, like, cries about it? I guess is what he never changed so black. I think I sold my shield accidentally. It's fine.
They did a number on you, didn't they? Does that hurt?
Oh, yeah, she tortures squirrels by singing. That's true. That's true. We got her now.
I know. We're nearly done. I see you. There. Now. What? You found her. But you seem healthy enough. A tadpole. I come.
Tadpole? I come. Relatable. Alright, but hang on. I gotta go kill the exhausted bird. We don't know how the bird got exhausted. Like, we have to be sure. It's the morally gray thing to do.
This one had the same tadpole crawled out of his head soon after. I'm no man. All right. Let's see what we can. Of course. No. Nothing? Give me your arm, please. Be careful. I'm truly, truly sorry.
The bird stole 1 XP? Sick fuck.
All right, but first, this is a vial of wyvern poison. Not because you should have. Not yet. Could. Whatever he. If you can. Good. Take it one step at a.
There's something in that vessel.
I was only half paying attention was the nonsensical argument Chatter made. They got upset when I killed Ramira. And then deflected from me pointing out that Ramira, Aridin, and Barth are terrible people. Deflected to, well, so is everyone in the game. And then when pressed on that, they deflected to, but like, morally gray and Gygax and... Sorry, my last brain cell is really struggling here. Mad has scammed me. How do I address that and protect others from being scammed as a responsible person? You resolve the conflict that has these refugees trapped in this grove with rapidly escalating tensions. You resolve the conflict so everyone can go their own ways, their own separate ways, safely.
I don't need any attention right now. All for me.
Vex and Danis are terrible people. They just mooch off the rest of the tieflings so they don't die. So selfish of them. Yeah, the cookies are stale.
Don't waste a step.
Game just lacks options in some cases. Sure. There's imperfect solutions to complex problems. I think that's part of what the game tries to tell us in a lot of situations. Bordox is so evil, it's just eating the hay. What if there are bugs with souls and lives in there? Crazy. I love that Karlach is Mattis' hero. Me too. It's a nice detail. If you didn't know, if you have Karlach be the one to talk to Mattis in Act 2, you'll get a whole little, like, hero worship dialogue.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. These boots have seen everything. On my way.
Insect Plague have smooth and speed plant growth quarters if they overlap. Does this effect multiplicative, or how does it work? I believe it leaves them access to a quarter of their movement speed total. So additive with each other. That's my understanding, but I'm not super confident on that. Fact check me. You're not going without a Helldusk armor. You have a Death Wish? I actually don't give a shit about the armor. I do it for the XP. I probably won't be using the armor much, if at all, because Adamantine Splint is a better item. And I have heavy armor proficiency. And don't even get me started on how big an asshole Karlach is. She doesn't even trim her nails before using me as a puppet. Yeah, like... Karlach uses me as a hand puppet until I am drained of all bodily fluids. And only gives me one forehead kiss after. Clearly that means death. But you know, while we're on the subject, we should talk about how Gortash is morally gray. And like, because there's a bunch of bad people in the setting, he actually didn't do anything wrong by selling Karlach into slavery, becoming the Chosen of Bane, setting up the Gondians in a rape dungeon sweatshop. He wasn't doing anything wrong. Because, you know, it's a morally gray setting, right? The greater good. Not his fault that his shoes didn't sell well enough. Wait. Was Gortash also making American Girl doll shoes? Didn't Karlach do a lot of horrible things under Zariel? Was she just following orders? Horrible things such as? I don't think we're ever given any indication that she has. Like, I can think of something Karlach does that's morally like, you should probably think about this more, girl. And that's like the soul coin use. She brushes it off. Companion Karlach just doesn't think about it. Origin Karlach has an internal monologue where she's like, I probably shouldn't do this. But we're never given any indication that Karlach did anything horrible under Zarya. Killing demons bad? Yeah, I don't think so. Like, obviously we're into fantasy territory where demons are inherently evil beings, and claiming something or someone is inherently evil in real life is harder. I don't think it's impossible, but it's harder. So, different set of world rules, but
People up ahead. Something's wrong.
You, not a step closer.
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh.
kind of weird that the soul coin conundrum isn't a thing unless you play her origin. Like, she never brings that up. If you're Tav. There's a couple weird companion things like that. Like, Astarion, as an origin, he's completely fine with the biting a Raj thing. Like, it's still disgusting, but there's no mention of that being a traumatic thing with him. It just doesn't ever come up. Whereas if you bring Companion Asari in there, there's even a long rest dialogue about how much it fucked him up to do that. Or if you are presented with the option and say no, you instead get a dialogue with how grateful he is that you didn't make him do it. What's wrong with Araja's blood? She experiments on herself. She's just mad scientist. Her house is known for being very close with mind flayers. Very close with mind flayers.
The injured man locks eyes with you.
Do you have orders for us?
But I told Edward not to look in that cave. It was the true soul.
Starn also doesn't like being told to do things he doesn't want to do because of all the abuse. Yeah. But when you are piloting Astarion yourself, that never happens.
The tadpole has absorbed it all. Its experience.
They need to. Vile parasites. Never a dull moment.
From all BG3 characters, who would you want to romance the most? That one dwarf lady that we saw running away in the Act 3 finale earlier today. Locked in, my final answer. I was so distracted by her that I walked into fire.
What's hiding here? Dead goblins. Dead travelers.
Half-orc bouncer at the tavern? Ooh, cultured choice. Talking to NPC Zarel? What if pathfinding the game's done by real people in real life? Sometimes they get distracted. I would be bumping into walls and such. It'd be pretty bad. Alma? Oh, yeah. I'm with you, Bull Badger. Alma gives the vibe of she absolutely just, like, in her younger days, you know? I feel like she mastered that craft and moved on to, I guess I'll learn how to fight and stuff. She'll win every kind of 1v1.
Something's waiting up ahead.
Romancing Hope? Like, Hope is one of those characters where I kind of can't view them that way because the last thing they need is that kind of, like, relationship or interaction. Like, Hope doesn't need a romance. Hope needs a hug and, like, some time to process. Is Hope a Minsk tier ship? I think so. I'm putting Hope in Minsk tier of I do not view in that way at all.
I should speak up.
Keep moving, stranger. Quietly.
Palma's a huge star in Extra Encounters universe. A lot of enemies have Palma's wrath. So is this like the Marvel Cinematic Universe? It's Palma. That's great.
I told you to go.
I'm rolling like shit in this run so far.
What are you doing? Get back. Stay back.
You see
The duality of dice. Shimmies Helsigly.
You should go. My friend is... Of course he will. And then we'll return... No. I won't leave him.
Yeah. Helsig can get it. Hoots Hooch? Hell yeah. One goblin who just says tribe? I don't even know who you're talking about, but I'm inclined to say I'll let you cook. That just seems like an inspired choice.
Should get started.
Surprised nobody said Orin. I am not surprised. Because, like, how do you think a romance with Orin would go? Like, throwing aside the fact that her grandfather, dad, brother, uncle, cousin, and crush are all the same guy, discarding that, how would that work?
Get over there! You... What? Step... Apologies! Move it!
If you're Patrick Bateman type person, it could work. But, like, remember, it's part of Ballist's religion to kill each other. So, like, that doesn't mean you're safe.
Wonder what's past this.
Gale is right when he says, and you don't. You're wholly without sin or vice or the occasional lapse in judgment. No, I don't think you're quite that boring. Having a vice or having committed a sin does not make someone irreparably evil. It doesn't. Within reason. By the way, Nine Finger Simp? Nope, nope, nope. You are not the only one. I always say, I'm on record as saying that I will be her 10th, 11th, and 12th fingers. Just give me a chance, Nine Fingers. Heard somebody once say Orin frees Dirge from Ball twice. Did you ask them to repeat that after they rub one out for clarity? The Barbarian by the Guild. Lady Flux? Yeah, Lady Flux. Uh-huh. Alright, we need some representation for the dudes. Geraldus is a popular one, the Harper. Apparently there's a lot of Rugen girlies. I don't get that one. But there's a lot of Rugen girlies. Roland's a popular one, yeah. Barkus, ooh, yep. Barkus the tree root. Anyone who's new to the channel, we have collectively decided that Barkus, Barkus's trousers are a meat packing facility with how much he's swinging. Barkus with that two-hander explains why you can't run very fast. Debating if I go to level 3 right now. I think I will for Bard dialogue options. Barkus has a concealed carry permit but doesn't have a gun. If I take Longstrider from my Bard spells, then I don't need to keep that prepped. So I think ultimately that makes a lot of sense. Same with Thunderwave. Hey Lazarus, thank you for the 5 months and the streak. For all the hate Yankee get, I'd name Wargaspus among the most handsome men in the game. Yeah, well, Wargas does have that, he's got that good bone structure.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Concealed carry for him. You're gonna have a couple levels of exhaustion after that one. You're not gonna be able to walk very fast. Or very straight. Guess I could take Disguise Self and never have to worry about the helmet again. Alright, let's plan out cantrips. So, I'm gonna take... From Warlock, I want to take... Booming Blade. And then it's between Eldritch Blast, which I kind of want to stay away from because I've done a Jack of all trades with Eldritch Blast before. It's between Eldritch Blast and Bone Chill. So I think I take Minor Illusion and Blade Ward here. I could make a case for taking Mage Hand over Blade Ward, though. I think I take Mage Hand. Because I can still pick up Blade Ward on Cleric. How many Cleric cantrips do you get Cleric level 1? Do you get 2 or 3? Outside of subclass. Three? So yeah, that's going to be Resistance, Blade Ward, Thaumaturgy. Thank you. I take Religion here. Then when we get Rogue, go for Athletics, Expertise, Sleight of Hand. When do I take Cleric, though? I'm thinking 4 Rogue, 5... Either Warlock or Cleric. Cleric at 5 would make sense. For the Bone Chill. But maybe I save that till 6. I do 3 Bard, 4 Rogue, 5 Warlock, 6 Cleric. I like that. Cleric at 4 to Boal. I can always come back and Boal later. But, yeah, that's an option.
Haven't seen that game in years.
We'll need a cover story.
Shove out the...
Fun fact, if you try to enhance sleep through this checkpoint, if you get too far past the dialogue trigger, they just go hostile. Guys, this is good for talking to Dror. But yeah, how could I forget?
The voices, your vision clouds, then the vision.
My power.
Get a Cloud of Daggers scroll. Sorry, a Call of Duty scroll for the Fallout.
Sounds like they've captured themselves a bard.
Come with the so.
All good.
And if you saw him kill manlings, you'd have to yell, fuck, do us. What are you? To you? Wait now. Of course.
Performance anxiety.
Idiots.
Hey, Mick.
Right, yes. No.
Well, now. Sandy's.
Yeah, I've been rolling like garbage in this run so far. Oh, help. Just run through. Hang on, wait. We don't know what this chicken has done before. Are we... Did we do something evil by helping this chicken?
Well, looky. As the symbol glows, power.
Alright, hang on, I'll fix it. That's informed you no longer allowed to use Twitch chat today? Uh-oh. Alright, cool. Morally gray. That chicken is the absolute. Chicken, become Hokage. I'm hearing the bad sadness and sorrow cover in my head now.
I'll be a big old boy.
You're talented, buddy. That's my guy right there. Brawler Rancer. You can do no wrong. Is he talented because he has reliable talent? Ooh, a bomb. Yeah, my origin feature would be unreliable talent, where sometimes I'm really good at something, other times I'd find a way to fail in ways that don't seem possible. Why are you sick? Double the odds to get either nat 1s or nat 20s. I like it. Origin feature would be fat chocobo. Too fat to move and hold all your stuff for you. Just extra carry weight but lower movement speed. Easy.
Welcome, your greatness. I got some.
I've never played a Final Fantasy game. Animated debater would also be a good origin feature. I am most certainly not one of those debate bros. Would be -2 to all charisma checks. I'm glaring at you, Mick.
The Absolute's work. Stay
As the symbol glowed,
getting your off. She bloody racket. Oh, come on now. They're just having a bit of
My origin feature is poorly mob. We're not sure what it has to do with anything, but there you go. Nice.
Smells like the...
Priestess Gut needs to touch you too. Hold out your arm so I can mark your flesh.
Oh. Ew. Count as a romance? My origin feature would be plagued with concepts where I'm occasionally brilliant and get overwhelmed and can't do anything for weeks. Leaky one, you have found your people. I relate to that a lot.
You ready? Break.
as the vision dissolves away.
So maybe I could help.
A Jack of all trades has potential for Ironwood Gaming? Yeah.
Look out for one another.
Yeah, I'm down. Problem is I'd have to pivot to, I'd have to pivot to nature rather than death, because I skipped Shillelagh.
We want the mark. Why do they think they're talking to a god?
Hi, Jess. Inability to long rest because insomnia. This reminded me that I'm looking forward to the Outer Worlds 2, because I enjoyed the first game, but like one of the features that they were talking about is for like traits you can take. It's pros and cons, but a lot of them are just funny. Like one of them is you can crouch walk around really fast, but because you have bad knees, when you stand up, everybody hears it. I like that a lot. Brutally honest comes with disadvantage to all deception checks because I'm incapable of bullshitting. Nice.
Grid?
You wreck.
Pain without purpose is a...
If you would permit it.
Simply... Face the... Dear one.
Get it from Druid? Already took Druid.
The pain you suffer...
Fighter, Druid, Bard so far.
Do not fight it. Your voice...
First bang of the run. Does this count?
Is proof that we live. That's... Sweet child. I am proud to... Look.
I don't remember this video. What's important is that you still mocked your Virtute. I don't need edgy Death Cleric anyway. I wanted to do Reaper stuff, but you kind of convinced me.
That or you recognize the crest she bears.
No judgment, no right and wrong, just good deals and bad. That a problem for you?
I never scared that he'll end my honor run. Who, Abdurak? No, I know exactly how much damage he can do. And also, he can't kill you unless you have 1 HP. Like, 1 HP total. I mean, I guess if you had, like, fewer than 8 total, technically he could roll high enough to kill you on the first one. Technically. But he'll stop if he checks your HP for the one after the first one and sees that you couldn't handle it. I was wait for level 4. It's good to wait until you have enough HP. Yeah. No reason not to, at the end of the day. John Locke, stop it. What is even happening there? Which shows that he's an attentive partner who values aftercare. You're not wrong. Can I fix him? Backpack trick is for later use. You plan to kill her, loot everything for free. So as of patch 8, she will not drop everything in the container. The game will check for her 3 most valuable items, and it looks in the containers as well. This is so that anything I put in this bag does not get re-rolled by her inventory resetting.
Pleasure.
Anyone pick the Washing My Pits Guide to Romance? He values hygiene. Very compelling point. I don't think anyone brought him up.
Oi, come here. I ain't waiting around.
Simply wish to live in interesting times.
Softer than a whisper.
The priestess is slain, and the horde is weaker for it.
Never
Yeet.
wanted the easy path. Wish I had a bag of holding.
A dark person. Following for a while. I appreciate that. See you play regularly. Still find new lore endings, play mostly for new builds, etc. I'm mostly a build crafter, challenge runner type of player. Not every run I do is like a challenge run necessarily. But sometimes there's a concept I want to build around and see what I can do with. Sometimes it'll just be a sort of thematic run that bleeds into challenge run territory. But I'm mostly mechanics minded, though I do like talking lore and stuff. And sometimes there can be overlap. Hey, his character names get better. I have funny chatters. I cannot take credit.
Something over there.
Oh, hang on, he's got to say the thing.
Not a chance. I'll fit in there.
Haha, my man. Do it anyway. Half-Orc Shadow Sorcerer to get 2 ups? Yes. All cheat death effects will work independently of each other.
my step.
You could, in theory, run a half-orc Shadow Sorcerer with Survival Instinct, Death Ward, Blood of Lathander, the half-orc Elixir from Mirage. You could have all of those and then have that many lives. It's extremely impractical, but, like, if that's something you want to do, you could. Note that Blood of Lathander almost doesn't work. I don't want to say it doesn't work, but, like, it may as well not work. Look how picky it is.
If not over, then through. What kind of contraption is this?
Go ahead and find the game challenging after so many solo runs. So, every game gets to a point where you need to self-restrict to remain challenged by it. This is something that happens with every game that has ever existed. Including PvP games. Every game. You're eventually going to get to a point where you just need to increase the limitations you put on yourself. So as long as you're doing that in fun and interesting ways, you can keep getting enjoyment and keep feeling maybe not fully challenged, but engaged. Does that make sense? Except for games like Valorant and Apex, you feel challenged with members and gold players because they have brainworms. Well, yeah, that can become the challenge. You fight more difficult opponents. You can apply that to a lot of games, too.
This calls for careful footwork. Don't want to draw any attention.
My rolls today are cursed. Worst thing is past gold long time ago and quite high rank. Doesn't surprise me. Seem very knowledgeable in that sphere. Remember how it felt like finishing the game for the first time? Yeah, I cried. I had that empty, like, well, what the fuck do I do with my life now feeling. It was, there was a lot of emotional payoff for the character storylines. I had tears down the cheeks and stuff. You know, wasn't sobbing or anything. I mean, maybe a little bit. Maybe a tiny bit. But, yeah, it was great. Very memorable. You have tips building around Call Lightning spam for Mono Tempest Cleric? Yeah, it's a good opener, because Call Lightning is an action refresh, but if you are trying to play in a way where you are maximizing the value of applying wet to things, then you might end up in a situation where what you do is you put down a water bottle, like, from hiding, next to a group that you're going to engage on. And then you click Call Lightning so that it hits them and the water. They won't be wet for the initial hit, but that initial hit will wet them. So then, because you have your action back, you're concentrating on recast Call Lightning already. During the combat that actually starts, you could just start hammering the recast Call Lightning button. And it's quite quite effective. I think it's possible to finish the game and never get your armor clothes dirty. Maybe. You thinking of a Mr. Clean run?
What's in here?
What if we theory crafted bald man runs together and we were both guys? You get dirty if you're constantly wet. Depends. Depends on what you mean by any of that.
God, what's happening?
What the?
This stuff is everywhere.
A slender drow blade impales the stone before you, keeping a silent vigil. It feels...
Stalker Assassin gets pretty close to how well it dips in and out of combat. Not really. That's the thing about Gloomstalker Assassin. It's very popular as an entry-level multi-class, but once you get past, like, certain amount of time invested in game mechanics, there's nothing it does that you can't do through other means. And something that, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. Regulars know what I'm gonna say here. Something that gets neglected a lot in building in this game, and in some cases it's due to lack of knowledge, so nothing to be embarrassed about. The concept of opportunity cost. If you are picking those classes, those subclasses in that combination, you are giving up other things. Nothing is free. So, like, if your goal is to never get in combat, then, well, taking those Gloomstalker levels denied you your pure class rogue levels to get the most consistent usage of a greater invisibility possible in a solo character. You gave that up. You also gave up having additional mobility to skip fights. Gave up having additional feats. On the other side, if you're focused on the ranger side of things, well, Hunter is better at the out-of-combat fighting, and then it's also better at the in-combat fighting than Gloomstalker. But the reason why Gloom's so popular is it gives you a bunch of things that are nice for, again, entry level. You get dark vision, you get initiative, you get movement speed on the first turn, you get an extra shot on the first turn, or an extra attack. It's not extra attack, but you get an additional attack. But there's ways to do all of those things. I recommend Hunter. If anyone hasn't played Hunter Ranger here, play it. It's one of those classes that really breaks your perception of how a lot of things in the game work.
Careful. Even the mushrooms.
You define if there are any events that get you dirty, like couldn't become an unholy assassin. Yeah, I guess you couldn't rub the shit on your face, you couldn't become an unholy assassin. There's probably other things. Also, both incredibly front-loaded subclasses see payoffs much sooner than you would with other multis. Not necessarily true, though. Because here's the thing with Assassin Leaky 1. It doesn't do more damage. It gives you consistency, but if you already have the means to force crits, Assassin contributes the least among the rogue subclasses. And you already have the means to force crits through other outlets. At level 2, Druid can force a crit once per short rest. Anyone with tadpoles can force one once per long rest. Anyone with sleep can force them. anyone with hold person, anyone with paralytic effects as a whole. So if you are using anything that gives you force crits, Assassin is no longer giving you that as an upside. Also, there are plenty of creatures that can't be surprised, so you can't get your Assassin auto crit on that. And again, Hunter does more damage than Gloomstalker, has more action economy than Gloomstalker, is better at the out-of-combat section than Gloomstalker. The entire game.
State your purpose.
Then the persist.
Best be on my
And I want to be perfectly clear here. This is not me saying, hey, don't run that class combo. That's not even me saying, hey, it can't work. Like many other people, my first honor mode run was Gloom Assassin Champion with archery stuff. Very common starting point. I don't know much context. Maybe so I'll often see people say heavy armor is bait. Why isn't that? So people say heavy armor is bait because they don't understand how defensive stats in this game work. So like some people will see this dexterity cap on heavier armors showing as 0, so then they will make the logical leap to, okay, well then I'm not getting value from dexterity. And it's like, but no, dexterity is doing a bunch of other things. You need to look at what the effects of the items individually are. And that's another point where some people get tripped up. You'll see people making comparisons between, okay, let's look at the early access I have to armors of these weight classes. You have Lae'zel's Githyanki Halfplate on the Nautiloid, which is uncontested until you start getting things later on. Usually, like, the first one that contests this is the Breastplate +1 next to Damon in the Grove, which you have to steal. Or there's the Luminous Armor in the Slew Knight Outpost. You're looking at those. But, like, this is uncontested for the very early part of the game. In contrast, the first heavy armor you find is either from Andric or in the Wither's Tomb. And it sucks. It's a bad one. It's not bad because it's heavy armor, it's bad because it's a worse item. So players often conflate the two. But heavy armor has some synergy with... Did I finish Expedition 33? Not yet, Andy. I'm playing more tomorrow. It has some synergies with other things. In particular, heavy armor is much more likely to have damage reduction in, like, as a part of the item itself. But it also enables the heavy armor master feat, which is 3 additional damage reduction. And DR stacking is super duper powerful. Something you'll find in certain build crafting spaces is people who don't understand the value of damage reduction versus the value of armor class. They will view armor class as the measure of tankiness, but you'll notice that more experienced build crafters, challenge runners, the deeper in you go, the less any of us care about armor class, and the more we're like, what if I got mitigation? I don't want chance-based mitigation. I want you hit me and I don't care that it happened. Yeah, like Seedsy mentioned, Force Conduit, which is a huge source of physical damage reduction, but you've got Heavy Armor Master, you've got Heavy Armor itself. Now, there are non-heavy armors that give damage reduction, but they're far less common. If you have Shield of Faith, then the blue and purple Dark Justiciar Halfplate gives you 2. That's the most you'll get out of medium armor. Otherwise, you're looking at Adamantine Scale for 1. You're looking at some light armors will have like 1 here, 1 there, 2 for specific, like padded armor +2 will give you 2 bludgeoning DR. In Act 3, you'll get Bone Spike Garb, which is clothing that gives 2 DR, and it's incredible because of that. But damage reduction is predominantly found on heavy armors. Even throwing away the one people flock to with, oh, but Strimmer, Helldusk Armor, I don't give a shit about Helldusk Armor. Sure, it's the most DR on a chest piece, and it's also got very high AC. It's a top 2 AC item. But I want Adamantine Splint, and we'll be making that in this run. Adamantine Splint is my favorite armor in the game because it's got 2 damage reduction. It applies reeling to people who hit you, meaning if someone hits you with a melee attack, they are extremely unlikely to be able to land a second hit. And that's very valuable, particularly for a lot of, and it also gives crit immunity, obviously, meaning you don't need to pick up crit immunity in another slot, and that's an advantage it has over Helldusk. But think about how Moonrise Paladins, their damage works. They hit you with Thunderous Smite. The way Thunderous Smite works, it's considered 2 hits simultaneously. And then they tend to hit you with a reaction Divine Smite after that. So, if a Moonrise Paladin hits you with all 3 parts of that attack, they're applying 3 instances of the reeling effect to themselves. That means with outside help, they are not hitting you on their next attack. They're not doing it. They can't. Too many penalties. So, with Adamantine Splint, you are effectively ensuring that, barring a lot of extraneous circumstances, a Moonrise Paladin cannot hit you twice with just that one piece of gear. It gives you enough armor class by itself to get you to that point. And that's without further investment like Heavy Armor Master giving you 3 additional damage reduction, making it so their slashing damage is unlikely to be able to hurt you at all. Wish Aelin hit like Moonrise Paladins. It's Seluna's fault for giving her a dog water weapon. Like, she gets this badass cutscene, magical girl transformation, and then Seluna gives her a fucking +1 greatsword. Like, meanwhile, Shar gives, like, it in the same place, in place of that cutscene, in fact, Shar gives Shadowheart not only the drippiest of drip, but some of the most powerful items in the entire game. Like, I don't know, Seluna, maybe you just kind of suck. Is it possible to give her a better weapon from Merkel? Yes, but I don't know the consistency. I've done it once. I gave her Voss's silver sword, not the 2-hand one, the long sword, and she used it. But in subsequent attempts to get Ayla to equip other things, she was really resistant to doing it. I don't know the logic behind when she will or won't equip a weapon and what she will or won't equip. She seems very picky. Does Aelin use scrolls? Yes. You can pickpocket a bunch of chain lightning scrolls into Aelin's inventory before freeing her, and she will start popping off with them in combat. It does work. And it's very funny. Once I made Adamantine Shield, can't go back to any others. The anti-crit is so too good. Yeah. Anti-crit is very, very important and impactful. You can obviously get by without it, but it is so impactful having it. But yeah, back to glazing Adamantine Splint and heavy armor as a whole. The damage reduction is more valuable than armor class. So you'll see people who don't view it that way value like 2, 3, 4 potential AC over having any damage reduction at all, not understanding or not caring that unless you go all the way all out to the point where you have enough AC to be completely unhittable, you are worse off. I would rather have decent AC and good DR than no DR and good AC. Because remember, DR is still going to work on things that are not armor class based. DR can help you against fall damage. DR can help you against incoming spells as long as it's of the appropriate damage type, or as long as you have global DR, which Adamantine Splint has. It's 2 DR to everything. So like, someone could light you on fire, you're reducing it by 2. You would get pushed off a cliff, reduce it by 2. Someone hits you with magic missile, reduce each individual missile by 2. It is that good. Do you think Heavy Armor Master at 4 ever makes more sense than something like Alert? Sometimes, yeah. One of the reasons I struggle want to play Bladesinger, can't use any anti-crit items without losing class features. And because of that, Bladesinger is the weakest class in Baldur's Gate 3. Because you are giving up massively impactful and important things, and what you're gaining back does not match up. Because you're giving up almost all sources of damage reduction, you are giving up all sources of crit immunity before Act 3 to enable your charge restricted, long rest charge restricted feature that gives you back less AC than what you lost. What else does it do for you? Lets you heal yourself because you're gonna take damage due to your horrible defensive profile. So you're able to use Climax to end your buff, to turn off the features entirely, so that you can heal off the damage you did and then not have the effect active anymore. Like, if you're gonna play a defensive wizard subclass, Abjuration is right there, and at level 2, Abjuration Wizard is tanky enough that almost no goblins in Act 1 are even willing to try to attack you. People get taken in by Shrimmer, it has extra attack, and it's like, yeah, if you want to play a class that has spellcasting and extra attack, there are 2 bard subclasses that get extra attack at the same level, they have the same spell progression as wizards. You could play a Warlock, get extra attack with your Pact Weapon at level 5. You're a spellcaster. You could play an Eldritch Knight. You have limited access to the wizard spell list, but you still have access. And you're a full pure class fighter at that point. And if you want to do like the extra attack Booming Blade wizard with Shadow Blade, you can multi-class to achieve that goal and do it better with fewer downsides. Just Bladesinger, unfortunately, sucks. It's just not good. Everything's viable, but Bladesinger is the worst subclass in Baldur's Gate 3, and it isn't close. Shimmer, thank you so much for the 4 months. I don't have time to watch a lot anymore due to a new job. Appreciate all the great content. I appreciate you saying that. I'm glad you secured a new job. Congrats to you. It's possible to build EK that's both efficient at melee and landing hold person? Yeah. Common popular strategy is to use the Hat of Arcane Acuity and Band of the Mystic Scoundrel in Act 3. So you hit someone, and then you hold person a bunch of people with your bonus action, then you go back to hitting. Which class am I picking last? Jack of all trades run, and why? A Paladin, because the achievement requires you take Paladin last, because the second you oath break, you can't get the achievement anymore. Now, I've gotten the achievement before, I've done a Jack of all trades run before, but I like keeping the rule set in the spirit of the achievement. So it'll be no respects, Paladin last. This is the Johnny Sins run? Yep. Saw people break Bladesinger in the beta version of patch 8 is so afraid they're gonna nerf it on release. Here we are. It was never that good, Rona. That's the thing. So, with the and I'm air quoting really hard here, stress test of patch 8, which was really just strategically deployed early access to generate buzz from having certain people create content, and that's all it ever was. The strategy of how they did that caused certain things to get multiple iterations because the only people in a position to test and get feedback were people who don't actually know what the hell they're talking about. And this is not me saying that I'm different, but like basic testing stuff just didn't happen. And this caused some balance anomalies, like Booming Blade, for example. Booming Blade got 3 iterations, either 2 or 3 iterations before we got released patch 8, with different rules and restrictions on how it worked. At first, Booming Blade was restricted to, it was full action, if I remember correctly. And people were like, but you can't do enough of those. So then they made it, okay, you can Booming Blade on everything. And then you had people running around, oh, but now Eldritch Knight's finally viable because Booming Blade exists. And then it's like, but Eldritch Knight was already the strongest fighter subclass in the game and is in contention for, like, most desirable classes in the game as a whole. Why do you think it's not viable? And the answer is because they never played it. So then we got the version of Booming Blade that we have currently, where it's once per attacking action, unless you introduce something to the turn order or do a reaction, in which case it goes up or down by 1. So, like, the perception of Blade Singer is much the same in that it was valued more highly than it deserves to be because, and this links nicely back into the whole discussion of AC, people don't know how defensive stats in this game work. You will see players running around assuming, oh, my Blade Singer has 25 AC without wearing armor. I must be so tanky. And then it's like, okay, not only is 25 AC not good, but you have no damage reduction, you have no critical hit immunity, and you have the wizard HP pool, which means the second anything relevant lands a high roll on you, you're just fully dead. And you gave up a lot of potential use for your character to achieve that. So, Blade Singer Glaze is usually from people who don't understand how defensive features work at all. It didn't get gutted as much as, like, a couple of things were changed. Like, one thing that they did nerf to release was you used to be able to get around the weapon restriction of Blade Singing by having a Blade Song compatible weapon in your main hand, but then you could have whatever you wanted in your offhand. That's no longer possible. Now both of your weapons need to comply. So that was a nerf, but... think Larian will introduce more subclasses in the future? No. They have said that patch 8 was the final content update. But if, in an alternate timeline where that would happen, I would like to see, in particular, I would want more Paladin subclasses. Because the selections they went with for Paladin Oaths in BG3, outside of, finally, Oath of the Crown, good, they're just bad. Like, if we had gotten, say, Oath of Conquest instead of Oath of Vengeance, or Oath of the Ancients, my opinion on the class might be entirely different, because, like, having actual good subclass features would be a very big deal. But as it stands right now, Paladins have 1 good subclass. 2 if you include Oathbreaker. So they have 2 good subclasses. Meh. Biggest gripe of this game is I feel like the learning curve's super high, which in my case didn't mind. It's wild to me. I've spent hundreds of hours watching content, still not knowing how basic mechanics work. It's got a lot of depth to it. If that doesn't make you dumb at all, there is a lot. Like, what's my playtime in this game right now? I have 5,724 hours on this game on Steam right now. That doesn't include patch 8 playtest time. But that's, like, not very much. I'm still learning new things every single day. So, even about basic mechanics sometimes. Want to know who's saying Eldritch Knight isn't viable? Always make Lae'zel and Eldritch Knight. She carries my runs. That's the thing, Leaky One. A lot of it is vibes-based stuff. Like, people who have not played Eldritch Knight, they skim the features or they don't even do that. But because it's not the one that they have played, it's automatically worse. It's not valuing the mechanics. It's not looking at pros and cons, seeing what things do. It's team sports. Welcome to the human condition. Wiki says battle acuity lacks a once per attack flag, as such may trigger multiple times per attack with spells that are considered weapon attacks and include multiple deal damage functions such as Booming Blade and various smite spells. How many stacks per single Booming Blade? Yeah, you can get max. So Black got you there. I think people just hear something is good, so it's good. Learned the hard way yesterday that Gale can blow up even if dead in your camp or if that honor run. Yep, if you pass 2 days with Gale dead, you die on the 3rd day. Doesn't matter if he's in your camp, you know, on the road somewhere. It doesn't matter if you left him in a different act. Still dead. I appreciate the depth and the longevity. I'm continuing to learn. Also, like, I'm tired. No, I get it. I get it. Sometimes you just want to, like, play instead of learning, and I get that. Part of what keeps me personally, as an individual, invested in this game is that I'm always picking up something new, refining my understanding of things that I do know about, but also broadening my understanding to include new things. But that's not necessarily what you want to do at all times. And you're not wrong for feeling that way. I've seen it broken, unfortunately relied a lot on external mechanics, even other companions doing setups. Maybe concerned someone would see it and think they hit too hard now, even though specifically you played alone, simply not work. Especially not until the Resonance Stone. So, like, what are you referring to specifically? Because Resonance Stone is another thing that people will mention. People who don't know how to do damage love the Resonance Stone. Now, people who do know how to do damage also love the Resonance Stone, but it's especially prevalent when talking about weapon balance. The first thing you'll hear as soon as someone brings up the Shadow Blade is, it's good with the Resonance Stone. It's like, pause, back up. How do you feel about it without the Resonance Stone? And you'll see half of those people be like, I mean, it's okay. It's like, okay. So what you're saying is, applying vulnerability to a damage type, doing double damage, is good. But that's an entire, like, discussion. That becomes a discussion at that point. The point I'm making here is that there are a lot of things people will profess are broken, and it's basic mechanics that are new to them that they believe are revolutionizing the game. Just like how people believe that, okay, with Bladesinger you can get Booming Blade, you can upcast Shadow Blade to the highest spell slot level, then you have extra attack, you hit people with it, and you have Resonance Stone, and it's broken, it does so much damage. It's actually quite ass compared to anyone else doing the same thing. Like, Eldritch Knight, even without upcasting the Shadow Blade to the same level, is a pure class fighter, so they get improved extra attack, and they have Action Surge. So instead of Bladesinger's 2 attacks, Eldritch Knight makes 6 attacks. Which, even if your Shadow Blade is 20% weaker, you're doing 4 more attacks. And also you have fighting style, so you're probably doing more damage too. So, it's very much, it's hard to talk builds because the vibes thing comes in. I think people love to use the word broken for any reason. It's very true. And it is hard to account for. Like, this takes an active effort on your part as the player to account for things that you don't know about. Like, you'll see a lot of players go, okay, the class I've played, it's the best one. But what about the ones you haven't played? Don't you think you should develop an understanding of those before making comparisons like that? And again, a lot of people will just say, no. I have a good link to an Eldritch Knight build guide. Okay, here's how you play Eldritch Knight. You take 11 levels of Eldritch Knight, and then by the time you get to that point where you're taking the 11th level, you will have a good idea of what you want to do with your 12th level. Sometimes it's another fighter level, sometimes it's a Hexblade level, sometimes it's a cleric level, sometimes it's a rogue level, sometimes it's a wizard level, depends on what you're trying to do. But take 11 levels, use weapons you like, take feats that provide you mechanical value. So, in the interest of learning, don't take ability score increase. Find feats that do things for you. I'm a big believer in taking alert. If you don't know why you shouldn't take alert, you should take alert. Heavy Armor Master is great. Tavern Brawler is very popular for good reason. Depending on what weapon you're doing, maybe you want to do Great Weapon Master, maybe you want to do Sharpshooter, maybe you want to do Dual Wielder. Luckily, pure class fighters get an additional feat at level 6. Rogues, pure class rogues get an additional feat at level 10. But fighters who go 12 levels have a total of 4 feats. Same with rogues. You have options. Paladin gets cool sound effects for its mediocre attacks. It does. Call a lot of things the best, and that's why I don't think anyone should put any value behind the word best, because if you're running around calling a lot of things best... What did I just get XP for? I have no idea what I just got XP for. Oh, I think it was for what you get for up there.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
If you are running around calling things the best, and whoever you're talking to has a different definition of the word best, what value did you calling it that have? You just made things more confusing. Best doesn't mean anything. Not only does best not exist, but if it did, it'd be subjective and situational. You might hear me use the word from time to time as a shorthand, but best does not exist, because best requires context. And as soon as I start giving context, we are talking about more than one thing. So if I'm calling more than one thing the best, what was the point of applying the label? Saw Harley Quinn themed build. I want to do it with Rap After Vibes. Do it.
Welcome back. Have you made
Great Weapon
any
Master
new
go in both
discoveries?
instances of Raddus Baddus? No.
I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Apple pie is the best pie? Listen here, you little shit. Yes, but don't undermine my point.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Cheesecake a pie?
cast
Yes.
Power word peel.
No. Thank you for the 54 months. Much appreciated. Think people want the best to mean without criticisms because they can't tolerate it? Absolutely. You continue to spit. It's, once again, team sports. It's this one is my favorite, so it has to be better than your favorite. Or else, what does that say about me? So, adherence to the word best. Like, being really adamant about this is the best. No, this is the best. That's an expression of fragility.
Very. So many minds connected. What could they accomplish?
They view any criticism of the thing they like as a personal attack against them. Constantly. Get so mad at people allergic to casters, like, why are you playing a fantasy game with magic?
Well?
You're on the internet, you're not a lot of opinions. Exactly. Lemon meringue pie? That's a good one. I almost had this bug after leaving Act 2, still in the Shadowcurse lands, heading to Act 3, can't leave camp for long rest. Game says someone wishes to speak with me. Nothing triggers, a star and the exclamation mark, you can only give stay in camp, come with me. Mark will go away, talk to everyone else. Don't want to kill him since he's in my party. Leaving Act 2. Have you spoken to Dame Aelin, Isabel, Withers, Will, Karlak? Like, are you sure you talked to everybody? Because there are some times when the game will not let you progress unless you get certain plot information. Another 100 gold. Or 100 gold worth of items to give to Dareth. I don't like giving up this many of my throwables, but do it for now. There we go. Question for you, U.S. citizens: what's the difference between a pie and a tart in France? Lemon meringue pie is a tart. Can you have pie without a crust on top? Yes, but it's imprecise naming, and I would prefer adopting the naming convention where it's more precise. Like, cheesecake is not cake. It's arguably not even pie. But, yeah.
It revealed.
No, I haven't talked to Spa yet. I think one of my biggest biases in BG3 is my belief in land druids, superior caster option for Act 1 versus wizard or sorcerer. Superior at what? Is the thing. Like, acknowledging your biases is great. You're gonna fit in well here, Leaky 1. Spurring some good discussions. But, like, this is a great example of why I don't call things best usually. Like, what's the context here? Like, what is the goal? Because they each do different things.
Why are you helping me? But Carl's got maybe I got away, but not the others. Thank.
I
sense your resolve.
And
You do the circle as...
Probably call that because cheese pie sounds like... Okay. So I haven't touched Swarmkeeper, properly watched anything since release and got experience with it. Yeah, I did a Swarmkeeper run. I was focused around transformations. So I was spending a lot of time in Slayer form doing Swarmkeeper stuff. It was fun. Having a neat little teleport's good. It's got some interesting utility. I think as long as you're going into Swarmkeeper expecting utility rather than, like, competing damage-wise with Hunter, for example, I think you'll go in and you won't be disappointed. Specific to how their health pool, armor options, spell choices interact with enemies, and landscape of Act 1. Okay, you mentioned health pool. Abjuration Wizard has the largest effective health pool of every class at that point in the game. So, like, Wizard already slams, because they lose no functionality and can still use the entire Wizard spellbook, which Wizards have a wider arsenal than Land Druid does. Spike growth by itself can just about solo almost every non-boss encounter in Act 1. So can every spell. Spike growth is objectively great, but, like, what you're doing is you're saying, thing I like, good, at the exclusion of other things. And it's like, no, that doesn't necessarily outdo other things. It can still be good. Hey, Nico. Magic Missile Wizard's a really strong Act 1 build. You see Spell Sparkler Follow. You don't even need those things, really. Like, you just need spell slots to click the funny button, because the power of Magic Missile is not that it does good damage, because it doesn't, really. You can give it support to make it do more damage, but for what it's doing, it doesn't do good damage. But that's not its purpose. Magic Missile's purpose is that it's almost impossible to stop. It's extremely consistent. It's in a damage type that's almost never resisted. That's what makes Magic Missile good. I feel I overvalue Spike Growth because obviously Cloud of Daggers or even Flame Sphere is an excellent AoE option as well. So we're in agreement. The value of things is situational. It changes with the situation. Spike Growth, as good as it is, completely worthless if the target is flying. You just get no value. So in that situation, maybe Cloud of Daggers does more. But what if you need your area denial ability to move? That's a case where something like Moonbeam does a lot better. Situational value. Ready for builds, how funny it is to me. That's a good valuation. How dare you have fun? Said the F word. It's gonna have to go in the swear jar. Oh, I seem to run into my own Moonbeam. It is a downside.
What? To that noise.
His fist grips an axe. On his...
But spoil my hunt up and kill a slave pet. Can't get... I'll wait here. Good, but that comes later. Boots first. Then you'll get what's coming to you.
So we'll sell him a fish bucket. Bag up his scrolls so he can't use them. That's a little off-center. I got a haircut, so there's less hair in there. Well, there's no hair in there anymore. But, head jump scare.
escape me, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Can't use it in the bag. I swear the paladin vendor hit me with the whole person from the bag before. It could be wrong. No, she just knows the spell. Enjoying things is something bad people do, and why is everyone in this game bad? Arcus Corcats. Well done. No notes. How much would your runs be effective if you couldn't stash vendor items in a bag? I would long rest more. Or I would bring companions and assign levels in front of vendors more. I would have to cycle vendors a lot. That's all it would really affect. Because any vendor that has an item I don't want them to use, if I wasn't allowed to bag it up, what I would then do is just ensure that they're not given a turn, or that I never get into combat with them. So, like, instead of fighting Roa straight up in Moonrise at the end of Act 2, I would hit her with Perilous Stakes to give her vulnerability to all damage, and then I'd get Blood Money from Twist of Fortune, and hit her for a lot of damage, because she'll have the money. So there's always a counter. I got some stuff, hang on. Do concede that as the game goes on, Wizard and Sorcerer are objectively superior options versus Land Druid when looking at raw damage output. That's not necessarily true either, though, Leaky One. It depends on the context, still. Like, for example, if we were talking an empowered evocation using Evocation Wizard clicking Scorching Ray, then yeah, Sorcerer and Druid are not getting remotely close to that damage output. It's just not happening. But, like, if we're talking about, let's say, an AoE scenario, well, having the ability to recast Moonbeam and Call Lightning makes those two spells, and Sunbeam later on, makes those spells some of the highest theoretical damage output per spell slot used spells in the game. Because they retain their upcast, their AoE, and you can use all of your actions to reposition them. It's not just reposition once per turn. You can use every single action to just do it again. So, like, let's say you were a Land Druid, level 5. You had Call Lightning. You have a Potion of Speed active, and you have an Elixir of Bloodlust active. You click Call Lightning. 3rd level, no upcast or anything. You click it. That's up to 30 damage before vulnerability on every target. Then, you use your haste action to recast it, up to 30 damage before vuln every target. If you got at least 1 kill in any of that, which you very likely did, well, you have your Bloodlust action. So you could just do another activate Call Lightning. Use Call Lightning 3 times in 1 turn. You have 9 more turns of that. At no spell slot cost. Wizards can't do that. The one Wizards can do that with is Sunbeam, but that's a 6th level spell. And that's not different from other classes, because they can do it too. But going lethargic makes you lose concentration? No, that's never been true. There's also Vampiric Touch. Yeah, I suppose technically Vampiric Touch, but it's not AoE. Getting bonked in the dome makes you lose it, though? Depends. if you took 0 damage from the bonk, you don't lose it. That's why damage reduction is good. But also, if you're a Circle of Stars druid, your concentration is functionally unbreakable. Like, you have to take massive percentages of your HP to even have a chance to lose concentration at that point. Because while you're in dragon form, as a Stars druid, the lowest you can roll on concentration is 10. And unless you take a lot of damage, the DC of your concentration saves is 10. So if you have a positive constitution modifier, maybe you even have proficiency from a feat or from multiclassing, you have enough bonuses that, like, someone would have to hit you for well over half your HP in one hit to have the chance to break your concentration, because you still get to roll. But yeah, back to the damage discussion. Talking about damage output without having a target and situation, it's always going to be disingenuous. Because I can give you a contextless fact here that a swashbuckler can do 288 bonus damage on top of their weapon in one attack. 288. I didn't tell you how that was possible. I didn't tell you how feasible that is. Doesn't context matter with claims like that, you know? Double sneak attack, max roll, crit with Vault. Yes, Adrix.
Welcome back. Have you made?
We all know that Divine Smite's been known to hit for 1,053 damage in a single hit. Excuse me, it was 1,123 is what I did. After testing and watching a bit too much BG3, I can only ever say it depends regards to builds to recommend to friends. I guess that's part of the beauty of it, the variety, and how it rewards you for testing is most of the fun for me. And I encourage everybody to view every build crafting environment like that. Because any build crafting sandbox worth its salt is going to have a lot of things where the value is going to depend on a situation. These things don't exist in a vacuum. There's always factors to it. Just like how Scorching Ray is one of my favorite spells. Extremely dependable, very good. Absolutely dog shit against fire immune enemies and requires outside help to be able to do damage at all. Because immunity is a thing. But that doesn't mean we judge Scorching Ray exclusively by the one situation where it's not good. This also doesn't mean we completely ignore that situation where it's not good. Situational value. Shadowblade is a good weapon because it's very uncommonly resisted, has a high damage floor. Everyone can use it. It gives you advantage as long as you're obscured on advantage of melee attacks. Steel Watchers are immune to psychic damage. The existence of Steel Watchers does not make the Shadowblade bad. It just means that there's situations where it's not worth using at all. Just as much fun build crafting as I do actually playing. Arcane Trickster is definitely such a fun run because of it. Hell yeah, I love Arcane Trickster. Arcane Trickster and Thief are constantly fighting for the crown of, like, what my favorite rogue subclass is. It's very close between the two. It honestly changes depending on the day. Some days I'll be in a Thief mood. I think today I'm more of an Arcane Trickster mood, but, like, ask me tomorrow and I'd probably say Thief. Or at least have to think about it.
Silence. I am breathing life. Eat.
I had a question about Magic Glove. If I wanted to get it on spell attacks, Eldritch Blast, etc., would Daredevil Gloves be the way to achieve that? Yes. If you are talking about a spell that is not already a melee attack roll, you need Daredevil Gloves to make that happen. So, like, you could do Inflict Wounds, or Thorn Whip, or Shock and Grasp. Those are already melee. But if you wanted to do Eldritch Blast, Scorching Ray, Firebolt, you're gonna need to do Daredevil Gloves. And the thing about Daredevil Gloves is you can't turn their ability on unless you're threatened. So you need someone threatening you. Another caveat. Seen people get mad that not everything has a press the same attack button here solution. That's just not what BG3 is, and would have enjoyed if it was. Agreed. In tabletop this week, we were all overthinking a potential fight. I was a little nervous. There were hundreds of people in the area. Teammate said, yeah, because you can't look up a YouTube video how to do it, applying this the only way to play games. That's a very unkind thing to say, and it sounds like they're fucking projecting. I don't know how to play Arcane Trickster. When I was new, I played it like a wizard because I had no idea what I was doing. A lot of people do that with Arcane Trickster and Eldritch Knight because they see, oh, it's got spellcasting, so I'm a spellcaster. It's like, no, you're still a rogue or still a fighter. It's just you have additional features taken from another class. So, Arcane Trickster is a rogue that also has wizard shit. So that is Enhanced Leap, that is Longstrider. I should update the build command. That is Shield. Another fun, unique thing about Arcane Trickster is you have an alarming number of first-level spell slots at higher levels. I think you end up with 10 first-level spell slots, like, naturally. 10. So if you like those first-level utility spells, throw them out here and there. Class is great at that. Editcom builds. Let's see, 1 fighter. 1 druid. 1 bard. What level 1 spell slots? Yeah. You have a lot. It's 4 initiative here. I shouldn't be picking a fight right now. Yeah, I'm not going to do that yet. That'd actually be silly. Six at max level? Might be 6. I might be thinking of something. Maybe it was 10 total? Is it... How many second level spell slots do you have? 4? Might be 10 spell slots total? Clearly it's been too long since I played Trickster. Six level 1, 2 level 2. So 8 total. Oh, that's a lot. Especially for a 1/3 caster, because the progression is wizards, druids, bards, clerics, sorcerers all have full caster progression. Warlocks are their own thing. And then paladins, rangers get half the progression of these. Arcane Tricksters and Eldritch Knights get 1/3 the progression of these. So you never get above 2nd level spellcasting. At least not without elixirs. Which is another hint that, like, you're not supposed to spam them. But Arcane Trickster has 8 total spell slots at level 10. Maybe that's where the 10 was coming from in my head. Thank you for the fact check. Still very good. The fact that replacing spells lets you choose from the entire wizard list made me appreciate Arcane Trickster a lot more. Eldritch Knight has the same feature. You have a curated selection, but you can also swap out a spell when you level. More incentive for pure classing, too, if you look at it that way. Rip XP. I put map markers on perception checks that I failed, so I know if I missed XP there. Giving enemies disadvantage for some disgusting CC, you cast off a scroll from stealth, so your damage 6 and go in clean house, highlight of Arcane Trickster for me. So the thing about Magical Ambush, that's that feature, it's not very good.
Always room for more.
So if a not very good feature of Arcane Trickster still can be a highlight for players, I think that's a sign that the class is pretty good. Like, think about Magical Ambush, it's very buggy in terms of it doesn't turn on when it's supposed to a lot of the time. But also the effect of applying disadvantage on a saving throw on a spell. You can achieve that very easily on mental spells with the Resonance Stone. You can achieve that very easily on physical spells by forcing someone to be stunned or bleeding or prone, depending on which one you're trying to stick. And also as a high-level feature, it's directly in competition with, if we're comparing the closest analog, Eldritch Knight, stricken with Eldritch Inertia, you just apply disadvantage on all saving throws unconditionally on every attack that you land with a weapon. Speaking of disadvantage on saving throws, it's use case for Ensnaring Strike. It allows you to make a weapon attack that also counts as a spell for the purposes of a lot of gear. And class features. Like, you can twin ranged Ensnaring Strike to hit 2 people, for example. You can equip the Spell Sparkler and use Ensnaring Strike and get lightning charges. A lot of people dismiss Arcane Trickster because Magical Ambush is not good for that level. Okay, and Thief gets... an Assassin gets Disguise Self. Right, like, there's a double standard there. You'll see the same people also not dismiss Gloomstalker having terrible high-level features, but they will say, but Hunter, despite the fact that Hunter also has better lower-level features, and then better higher-level features. Yeah, Spellbind and Snaring Strike is good fun.
Stop this! We don't.
I love Gloomstalker, and I love that for you. We gotta step in and defend Auntie here. That was Arcane Trickster and Gloomstalker that got Disguise Self. Gloomstalker gets Disguise Self for free at level 3. Assassin gets as a feature a flavored version of Disguise Self at higher levels. Arcane Trickster can choose to learn the spell, but in terms of ones that are guaranteed to get it, that's Gloomstalker and Assassin. Ranger is a pure class, gets disrespected far too often. True. Where damage? It's okay, I have movement speed, but where damage? Trickery. Yeah, Trickery Cleric gets it as a domain spell. That's true. Volley and Whirlwind Attack not enough for them? No, because they haven't used it, so they don't understand why it's good. The Gloomstalker Assassin because of ultimate solo honor. Largely, yeah. But even before that, it's a setup that a lot of people were playing and independently came to the same conclusions in playing. Like, that's what I was running for Tactician solos before Honor Mode came out, and it's what I ran for my first Honor solo. And that's with, like, the only BG3 theory crafting I had done before I started streaming this was with Prismatic, like, as we were doing a co-op run. So, not networking with anyone. It's a good entry-level combination. It's good at getting you that understanding of the game's systems. It's good at getting you that first W as well. Because Stealth Archer is very strong in a lot of different games. It's not even like... I mean, you could view it that way. But it's not necessarily Stealth Archer. It's like, again, stealth skill is not good. This, it isn't good. Because stealth can make getting your surprise rounds less consistent. Also, a lot of good armor tells you that stealth, no stealth.
A chill runs up your spine. You feel like you're being watched.
I'll expand on the surprise round thing because it's a fairly common question. If you roll a stealth check and you succeed and combat doesn't start, you are very much less likely to get your surprise round. And if you are not playing something like an assassin, where you get the free action refresh, you can even get caught out to the point where not only are they not surprised, but you also don't have your action. You're out of position, you don't have your action, your buffs have ticked down, the enemies are out of position. And the counter to that is have intentionally bad stealth so you never succeed, so that combat starts immediately and you're given the surprise round. Wish I could get mega disadvantage on stealth checks. Yeah, that would be real nice. Good night, Sword. I'm yapping a lot today. Apologies for the slowdown on the actual gameplay.
Fetid smell as the wall.
Pass stealth enemies out of combat, heal, and see you enter combat. Yeah, like, having stealth proficiency is something to avoid if you can. You can't always. Sometimes your class combination gives it to you, sometimes your character's race gives it to you, but, like, it's something to be avoided rather than sought out, unless you are specifically playing into stealth checks as your strategy. But remember, that stops being useful as soon as combat starts, outside of a couple exceptions. Like, if you are doing greater invisibility strats or subtle spell strats, then stealth can remain useful in combat.
This camp was ambushed.
By and large, it doesn't. Wizard and Fighter are your favorites? For me, I think it's still Cleric for number 1. I have a soft spot for Warlock. It's my number 2 for a while. Fighter might have edged out Warlock for number 2 at this point. Maybe. Possibly. Probably. But it's very hard for me to play favorites. Cleric is comfortably the first, but the other slots are up for debate.
Let's get going.
Lorebard's my comfort. I do love me a Lorebard. Big thing with Lorebard for me is the customization. Like, you just have such a crazy spell selection. I love that. Kind of the same reason I like Warlock so much. Don't have Crusher's Ring yet. I'm doing this very out of order. And only at level 3 is asking for trouble.
The goblin. As the symbol glows, power. The goblins slink back.
I have a sneeze. Like. There it is.
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Before, thank you. How'd you make a bard and druid multi-class work? So I want to play music and turn into a cat. You could play music without being a bard. That's how I would do that. Bard and druid together, you could do as a retaliation build. So play Lore Bard, pick up Armor of Agathis and Contagion from your Magical Secrets picks. Hex, Armor of Agathis, Contagion, and over from druid you pick up Circle of Stars so that your concentration is basically unbreakable, and you could concentrate on whatever you want while letting people wail on you. Excuse me. Including Hex could be what you're concentrating on. And yeah, you can get music proficiency via Alfira. Lore Bard with Adamantine Splint Spirit Guardians, hell yeah. I mean, the way Bard plays instruments is part of casting spells. Do they? Cast with your instrument as Bard, which is pretty cool. I often make sure that my bards don't have instruments equipped because those animations are slower and it makes certain things more difficult. Like using Minor Illusion becomes a pain in the ass if you have an instrument equipped in your bard casting. So I kind of forgot about that aspect, to be honest. Need to Eves? Get some rest, Danny. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your vacation or else. The animation's pretty, you're pretty. How dare you? I said it. What are you gonna do about it? Hmm? Sleep times are right.
Well, you saved me. Nothing.
Seems simple enough.
Hey Dave, you played through? Yeah. I finished the previous run about 3.5 hours ago. And didn't feel like switching games. Like, I wanted to, but it seemed appropriate to start this, so. I was okay with that, too. Imagine a bard playing for a party where everyone called the Contagious Blade Singer animations. Ugh. Why'd you kill Fezerick? XP. So, you'll notice that I got this 70 and 120 XP. That's the XP for almost everybody in that group. But it's not the XP for Fezerick. You can see I still got 50 for him there. And also the Goblin Devouts, the ones in blue. The ones that Nico mentioned that are dangerous. I chose to let those go, because their XP was not worth the risk to me. But getting Fezerick's 50 XP now is good. It also gets me his Smoke Powder Bomb, which is why I use a Smoke Powder Bomb there, to ensure that he always dies from that throw, because it's net neutral on resources. I also get his Axe, and Fezerick gets a replacement NPC that spawns in Moonrise Towers later, and that replacement NPC otherwise does not exist, and they are worth 110 XP. So in the long run, I get 90 more XP by doing this than I would have by just talking them into leaving. I guess 40 more XP, because I'd get Fezerick's XP later. A lot of thought put into it. Myself and others have spent a lot of time routing XP in this game, because it's a useful set of information to have for whatever kind of playthrough you want to do. Because if you're trying to do a specific build that is maybe a little level intensive, well, the more XP you know about in the run, the earlier you can get more of your build online to play with that toy. $4:30 to get some sleep? Yeah, do it, Leaky One. Appreciate you being around. Please see you next time. Great, update the XP sheet. Like ever? Yeah, it has been updated at least once ever. Yeah. Interesting seeing that. So, Trade Secret 34, friend of the channel, fellow challenge runner. It's also a moderator here. I'll probably see him at some point. Go follow. Go do !XP over in his chat. He's also got a bunch of other useful spreadsheets and stuff. There's a damage sheet detailing how basically every damage buff in the game works and what it goes on. A lot of good info over there. I specifically do not set up commands for those here, so we can drive more traffic over there, because he's underfollowed.
A feast fit for an ogre. You notice a peculiar dagger protruding from the tough, leathery meat.
The investigation check is optimal here, because if you fail this, you can just leave the conversation, go back in, and click investigation until it works.
That might be worth a look.
But yeah, due to a lot of combined efforts in the XP department, there's a lot of things we do in weird ways, like that Fezerick strat. Later on, when it's time to leave Act 1, you're going to see things like me turning myself into an animal and then flying through an unloaded map. Specifically to delay getting certain XP until I can walk into that spot later at a higher level to get more XP. Things like going to Joaquin's Rest over this direction. That's not something we do super early a lot of the time, because it's a fight if you want XP. Because killing all of the Flaming Fists and knocking out Floric is a ton of XP that you wouldn't get when playing, like, normally. And specifically knocking out Floric so she can still show up later in the game. Or like in the Blighted Villager one enters the basement twice for extra XP. Yeah, you have to go downstairs without reading the obvious book that tells you what's down there. Then go back upstairs. Then read the book. Then go back downstairs for 15 extra XP.
What's in here?
So funny to be I never met Floric in my first playthrough. I didn't either. I never went to that part of the map. I never went to the swamp. I never went to Joaquin's Rest. And I didn't go to Moonrise until the game made me go to Moonrise.
These boots have seen everything.
That's some niche shit, really is. I'm walking here. But the Karlach Paladin thing is pretty huge too. Yeah, the Karlach go back and act tech.
Bodies everywhere. Accident or sabotage?
There's of course Raphael XP, Elminster XP. Kill Elminster? Sometimes. If I want 1000 XP. Sometimes. So, I really want this Warlock level to make my weapon magical. I could take Rogue for level 5. Rogue for level 5, Cleric for level 6. I can still pick up Armor of Agathis from Sorcerer level. Question is if I want Shield now. I don't see Wrathful Smite being that useful. I think I'll pick up Shield from a Wizard level. If I take Armor of Agathis here, then for Sorcerer, I think I take Shadow. That gets me Superior Dark Vision. What does Wrathful Smite even do? Eh. Picking up Bone Chill from Death Domain. I think I'm gonna go Nature instead of Death. I can pick up Shillelagh there, and maybe do Ironbind stuff. Yeah. We could go this way. We go Booming Blade, Eldritch Blast. As much as I want Bone Chill, I can pick that up when I take Sorcerer eventually. Pick up Blade Ward from when we take Cleric. Played with people who never do the mud method fight with this thing. There's a lot of content in the game. What do I have for build right now? Let's edit this. Warlock. Exploit. Cool.
Anything of use?
I should have traded with Cyril first, but this theoretically saves me a little money. Bone Chill Scrolls, yeah. I could pick it up from Wizard too, but int scaling it is gonna mean that I'm kind of shackled to Warp Headband until I get later game gear.
Never mind.
It's worse than nose hunting.
Nothing we need to worry about.
That's easy for You're welcome to rest.
Need any supplies? We've fewer mouths to feed now.
Okay, she did have a bomb at least. I got the holy water too. A bomb? No. Very low on inspos. Let's go for the Bugbear Assassin. See how we're feeling combat-wise. Gonna hex my flail here, which is causing it to go off charisma rather than strength. Not ideal, but that does make it magical for a couple of things. Keeping that way for now. But in actuality, I'm gonna go short sword of first blood here. Alright, one initiative. Gonna do strength hex. Stab. Angle myself so that I can shove him next turn. If I were to prepare so often miss each subsequent attack. Sounds right. No notes.
Should get started.
I beat her there.
Let me guess. You care to explain why you reek of the hells? And
a soul.
Time for some bloody work.
Strength hex and shove looks really fun. It is. Morally gray. Is she okay? Yeah, yeah. I just had to, like, we never know what she was up to. We're a good one, JD. Not cool? I agree. But you know what is cool? Having one more XP than I did. Could have done something vile to get that soul coin. Yeah, we don't know.
challenges at your...
You see, you're in my territory, and I want you gone. Okay, Arlie, these trees.
I need a quick word.
Super dangerous scroll. No class I finish to play again. Shadow Monk. Hell yeah, trade. Do it. Do it. What's the sauce this time, do you think? Weapon Shadow Monk? Scroll is secretly a hatchling chromatic dragon. We saved the coast. Already did Weapon Shadow Monk? Oh yeah, you did do that. Could do Shadow Strike. But what are you gonna do for the other 90% of the game?
Please, make...
Squirrels are being mean to Alfira. So, like, they deserve that. But then also, Alfira sucks. Remember, she was, like, crying and torturing those poor squirrels? That...
Dance upon the stars tonight. Smile words of mine will turn to... Wait. Thank you. Sorry. There was so much blood, and I've a long way to go. But it and the...
Don't give me trouble now.
By the way, I think people look at Gloomstalker's class features and see more features and therefore assume more good when comparing it to Hunter. I don't think... Well, I understand the logic you're going with. I don't think people look at class features at all. I do? You look at class features? Yeah, you do. But there's a lot of people that don't, considering their lack of understanding of very basic things that are explicitly stated. What can I do for Inspel? Let me look at Entertainer again. Oh, RPing Bard with Alfira. I did the Bard dialogue option, I just skipped through it. It's a lengthy cutscene. There's an Entertainer inspo with an NPC that only exists if Lacrissa is dead in the Tiefling party? What? Huh. Did Today I learned about the existence of that character. And it's about to make Crusher kiss my foot, so that might have to wait a while. Very few inspos left available. Bernard is the next, like, reasonable one. Like, Lacrissa should be a capital offense. I guess, like, it's interesting that there's content for the backup NPCs in some cases. But, like, I think that's sort of consolation prize stuff, because, like, even if you wanted the Entertainer inspo there, it's gonna be XP negative and probably inspo negative in the long run, because no Lacrissa means no Potent Robe and no Rescue the Tieflings quest. XP from, like, that part of it. And there's a lot of backgrounds that have been exposed in that quest.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Featherfall.
Light on my feet.
Bro doesn't want to work with me here.
That's curious.
Ooh, Fear is a good grab there.
It feels like my magic is getting drained. More for me. That might be worth a look.
Entertainer inspos including saving Oscar and meeting Pataris. Background sucks. Yeah. Yeah. Like, it's got an extremely niche argument if you have no other way of grabbing performance proficiency and wanted to do harmonic dueler stuff. I think outside of that, it's a thoroughly just a trash can. But the memes. This is the Johnny Sins run. My 9 bajillion playthroughs have never once done Pataris. Should really do it once. I disagree.
Cursed to put my hands on
I disagree. I value your time.
Seems like the owner was quite the
Like, you
literary
get...
type.
It's generous even calling that fight a boss fight. You get that in exchange for Blurg and O'Melon being gone from Act 3. And you also have to not kill Lester. You have to let a eugenicist live so that two of the most likable NPCs in the game are ambiguously killed off screen, so that you can get a dogshit fight to exist, so that you can get a bad item from that fight. Not worth your time. Do this playthrough? No, I don't. Let's see, what else is in inspo, this inspo route? Alright, who the fuck is Sven and Siggy? Okay, there's Act 3 NPCs that I've never interacted with. So there's 3 NPCs in the entertainer route that I've never interacted with. Neat.
Something good here. I hope.
The Arcane Tower music's one of my favorites in this game.
Using the cipher you found, you might be able to skip it off its blaze.
Desk. Are these Githyanki markings? Lazel might know.
New sounds to damp oppression range. Is it the foe? That foul contempt come on as you see fit. My lord.
It was eerie Amelia just not saying anything there. I was worried I hadn't read the book for a second. But I did. Quag's approach to BG3, optimize everything. My approach to BG3. This is D&D, right? It's very obviously not. I don't optimize everything. Sometimes I go, fuck it, we ball. Like, my thing is optimizing within a very arbitrary set of parameters.
Need to find a way forward. My ring lit up.
And you sometimes get a companion so they can get inspo. Why is that? Thought the inspo XP is only for that companion. Yeah, the XP is only for them. But like, what if I want the actual inspo point? The points are shared across the party. So, right now I have 3 inspos. If I wanted an inspo point, I could go recruit Will and then turn in the Save Arabella quest to get the point. Will gets the XP, I don't, but I can still use the inspo point. Inspo points are shared? Yeah. Inspo cap is 4, and it is shared across the party. Anyone can use one, anyone can gain one. The person who got the point, or has the background that got the point, if multiple have the same background, will get the XP, but everyone gets access to the point.
Don't mind if I do.
Alfredo GG, thank you so much for the Prime and the 7 months. Hope you've been well. Thank you very much. At 6 p.m. Alright. As much as I want to keep going, I do have to make myself food. I'm trying to be good about providing food for myself this week and stuff. YouTube, stop doing that. So here's an arbitrary challenge for you. See if you can get all 5 Gale's event-specific dialogues without hitting or exceeding 20 approval. I doubt I could. I don't put companions with me for that. But yeah, so okay, that's it for stream today. Tomorrow's stream, I am leaning towards it will be a late stream. Oh, hang on. Sub alert. Thank you again, Alfredo GG. It'll be a late stream. Because I was kind of on the fence between start normal time, do a shorter stream, end early, or just stream after the thing I gotta do. So probably it'll be an evening stream. Something like, I don't know, 5, 6 p.m. my time. So around now, tomorrow is when I'll be live again, I suppose. But yeah, thank you everybody for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the raids, etc. as always. Let's find someone to raid. Speaking of. Oh, it'll be Expedition 33 tomorrow. BG3 will resume another day. Mark is on. Beautiful. Let's go there. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle. Mark's doing a subathon. So if you got some disposable, you got like maybe your monthly Prime or something, consider using it on him. He's doing a pacifist Gale run. So what this means is if he gets in combat outside of some very specific ones that are required for progressing the game, or ones that he wants to route in, if he gets in combat, he resets the run. So no combat. This isn't just no killing. This is also like no entering turn orders. So it's a very cool run. His personal best for the rule set is he's made it to Act 3, and then he accidentally got in combat in the Worm Way. So hang out, watch his run. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.